Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday because it's Tuesday Sprints. I'm Courtney with Tangible Reads. See, I'm late because I'm here normally every Tuesday. However, I did not realize I did not schedule this sprint. So then I was trying to schedule it, and then, of course, ran into some technical difficulties, but I'm here. I made it. We're here. Let me know what you're doing here, okay? I'm going to make some notes here for myself. Um, I worked last night, but no excuse. Need to do some planning for October, y'all. This is the last day of September. Can y'all believe that? This month just like zoomed by. I think before we know it, Christmas is going to be here and we're going to all be broke, okay? So plan accordingly, plan accordingly, plan accordingly, okay? That's all I'm saying. Um, so that's it. So let me know what y'all are going to be reading, what you're going to be doing. Personally, I don't know. I got some errands I have to do like around the house. So that's what I plan to do, as well as some booktube planning for the day. Time just gets away, as it does for most of us. So I am enjoying some tea here, which is nice. A little bit of detox tea here. I'm a tea fanatic, in case y'all don't know. So pretty good, kind of hot though, kind of hot. So I have been participating in Shorty September, which has been an amazing time. I enjoy some good short books. Been doing a bunch of Kindle reading, okay, for the most part. And it's been a really good time. I'm enjoying that. Uh, it's just a lot in there, okay? A lot of books. Still trying to figure out how to kind of go over all of that stuff. May do like a little live wrap up or something like that, because it's a lot of books. I'm not really kind of looking forward to putting a lot of video out about that. So anyway, so that's what I've been doing. Live plan, if I can get to it today, is to start this book, The Weight of Blood. So this is my next read. Okay, I've been putting it off because there's so many other books that I keep front loading for Shorty September. And this book I decided to finally go ahead and pick up. I wasn't originally going to read it, but I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead and see what this book is about. I've gotten a lot of really good feedback on it. So I front loaded a lot of books for Shorty September into the mix. So I think I'm finally at like that stopping point, the last day of September, where I've kind of run out of a lot of my books, but I've also kind of fed that into the magical readathon. I hit my 3 prompts, and of course, you cannot miss the mystic readathon. All of these books have fed into that. So need to make sure that we log all of those books if you are indeed participating. So and that's that. So we're going to get into the first sprint here, and then maybe we'll have some folks drop in. We have a 1 through 4. These are our emojis for the day. Ooh, actually, it'd be nice if I share the screen with y'all. All right, there you go. So we have an emoji race going on here. Okay, so we have some emojis. And number 1 is the smarty, number 2 is the kissy, number 3 is the lovey, and number 4 is the life of the party. Okay, I love a little smartness and I love some party. So I'm between 1 and 4 on this one. Okay, but I'm gonna go with 4. Who doesn't love a good party? So I'm gonna hook up with number 4. Y'all let me know, put in the chats what you who you think is gonna win. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and start this hour-long timer and get this bad boy sprint started. Okay. Happy reading. There we go. Party, party, party time. Look at that. Okay, maybe today's going to be a good day. My party emoji won. Woohoo, woohoo. That was fun. I like that. I like that a lot. Well, that is indeed the first sprint there. So let me know how you did, what you've been up to. I see we got some people in the chats. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ooh, my mouse. Welcome to the sprint, y'all. I was trying to go get some batteries too. My mouse is acting kind of sketch. I'm assuming the battery is low. It'll just kind of cut out. I'm not sure. So I went and got a battery, and I thought it was the same battery for my head massager, but apparently it's not. Those take AAA, and these are AA. Luckily, I have both. It's just that it's in the other room. So on the next sprint, I'm going to go see if I can get this bad boy to work, because the charger I broke, it has a shortage in it, and I have no other chargers like for the wall to hook up with this. But luckily, it's battery operated too. Just need batteries. Anyway, so that sprint, let's see what I did. That sprint, I actually completely updated all of my written reviews. So I'm up to date with my books. So I'm happy about that. I also paid some bills, drank some tea, did a little sprints with some other folks and with Kelly. I checked in on Livia's sprint. I don't think I ever said hi though. And then I checked out a BookTube video. So it has been a busy sprint for me. So let me know how y'all went. This is me saying hello, and that I chose the party emoji, which is what won. So starting out great. Hello, Mr. Michael Romeo. Oh, no problem. I was actually late myself, so don't even apologize for being late, because I definitely was. I forgot to actually set up the sprint. I was looking for it, and I was like, what did I do? And I completely forgot to set it up in advance. And so I had to set it up. And then, of course, I ran into some technical difficulties with getting into some stuff. So that's what happened there. But, I was about 10, 15 minutes late and got it all resolved. So I'm not mad at it at all. So anyway. That's that. But I thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. I'm just setting up the next timer here in the background, y'all. Give me one more second and we'll go through the comments here. I like to just have things set up. Let me know what y'all are doing in the chats and what's going on so we can all be aware. But thank you very much for coming by, Mr. Michael. Grace says, good morning, reading 9-month Contract by Amy Dawes. Currently 36% in, and I think Hard Eyes is going to win. Who was the Hard Eyes? Oh, is that the Kissy? Oh, that was the, what was the lovey guy. Yeah. No, it was the party guy. I was thinking of choosing the little smart guy with the glasses first. And then I was like, you know what? We can use some partiness. I worked last night. I'm tired. Let's get a little party on. So that's what worked there. Okay. Tell me about 9-month Contract. Okay. That sounds like one of those, baby billionaire type things, or, one of those, hey, I'm a surrogate and I'm still the baby. Let me know what that book's about. Michael is reading The Collector by John Fowles. Ooh, how is The Collector? Are you enjoying it? Is that one of those big 900-page books you were talking about? No, I think yours was like 1,100 pages, right? Last week. Hello, Miss Christina. I am loving the name, by the way. It is very fitting. I'm loving the name change. I saw it the other day and I was like, hold up, who's that? And then I looked at the emoji or whatever the thumbnail thing is and your word. I was like, oh, Christina. We all need a little change every now and then. Nothing wrong with that. So Christina's going to tell us to do some stuff. So let's see if we are doing it. Okay. Make sure you hydrate. I have been doing that. I actually finished my tea and at the break put the cup in the sink, but I do need to get my water bottle. Feed yourself. I'm going to also doing that next during the next sprint. Check the laundry. I put some stuff in the laundry. That's as far as I'm doing with that. We did it the other day. Take the meds. Also going to do that with the food. Stretch. I have done that. I'm actually doing that right now with my feet because they hurt. And I'm one better yet. On the next sprint, I'm also going to get on this bad boy foot massager because my feet hurt. Okay. Show some love to the like button, which would be much appreciated. I do that when I go by anybody's channel. And make sure you sub and ring the bell so you can hopefully be notified. Much appreciated. After this sprint total, I will be queuing up my October sprint, so I won't be looking for a feed that I have not set up. So you can hit notify on all of those if you'd like. Actually, I might do it on the next sprint too. Hello, Miss Maggie. How are you doing today? What is going on? Definitely love some reading, of course. Mama Maggie, I like it. Hello, Faithful. It's good afternoon to you. Yep, you're a few hours ahead. Hopefully, you're having a good day. It's full swing. Finished my admin and about to get back into Capadonna 1 by Jacquel J. Ooh. Okay. I want to put out a disclaimer, by the way, y'all. Just stuff I see on BookTube. I've probably said this before, but names that aren't simple, like Sarah and Betty, and simple names. Sound them out. You can say them. You can pronounce them, just a little bit of effort, okay? Like this word, Capadonna, not that hard. Jacquel, I might not be saying it that right, but you know what? There's effort I put towards that, and I'm probably pretty close. Phonetics works pretty well. So please do not get hung up in a name that is not very simple. I feel like it's a bit disrespectful to not attempt. A name, especially when it's very simple. I've seen some faux pas and flipping over words where people are like, I don't think I could say it, and didn't even attempt to. I feel like it's kind of not putting some respect on somebody's name, especially when it is a, I hate when people use the word ethnic name, just not a very European name. Let's just say that. Okay. Hello, Talandria. How are you doing? Good morning. How are you doing today? What's going on? How's October? Ooh, actually, hold up. I'm thinking ahead. How is September? October's tomorrow, y'all. Can't believe it. Year's almost done, y'all. 3 more months, right? October, November, December. Yes, I had to count. Okay, y'all? Don't hold it against me. Faithful said hearts to win. Hello, lovely Bree. How are you doing today? What's going on? Christina says hello to Faithful. Salandria. Prime example, Miss Lady. Thank you very much for coming in, okay? Your name, after I've spelled it a few times, I think I actually, for the most part, get it right, at least half, but I try. And I also attempt to pronounce it. I don't think it's difficult to attempt to pronounce your name, okay? That's what I'm getting at, okay? Christina says hello to Bree. Okay. Dee Dee wants the smart emoji to win. It did not. Thank you very much for coming by. Hello, Kiana. How are you doing? Pop it in to say hi because you have to go to work. And you're on page 97 of Spy Family. I would love to read Spy Family. There's a few graphics I want to read. Out here in Trash, Florida, for the most part, graphics, they want you to get online. They do not have in-store. I don't like reading graphic novels online. So that really bugs me. Maybe one of these days I'll get over myself, though. Dee Dee says, I am listening to Capri 3.5 and working Discord. That is a feat in itself. Okay. If you're looking at, I'm assuming it's the Mystic Readathon Discord. I could totally be wrong. But yeah, those things are, that's a lot going on there. Okay. It's a lot going on there. I commend y'all moderators. I appreciate it. Okay. How's Capri doing? Amberly says, good morning. Just finishing my run. How is everyone today? I am tired just hearing you say you just ran. Okay. But I am glad somebody's doing it because I'm not. Okay. I did do some exercise, but cardio running is not in my forte. I will do some walking though, which I think I'm going to take a walk later today after sprints ends. I could use some stretching out my legs and some sun. But today I'm fine. How's everybody else? Everybody having a good day in the chat? Let us know. Let us know. I'm coming off working a 12-hour shift. I got about 45 minutes of sleep, so I'm doing good though. I got that refresher, and I'm not hating it. So I think I'm gonna push through the day. Okay. Congrats, Courtney. What did I congrats on? What did I congrats? I've done a lot of things. Oh, I guess you're talking about me being productive. Yes, I'm trying. I'm trying to be productive. Tuesday is the book day. I mean, I do book stuff every day, but it's like my one day that I kind of get, I call it the admin for the books, where I get as much stuff done as possible. I don't have a desire to film anything. I will say that though. So I don't think I'm going to be doing that. But you know, all the other stuff I'm pretty much trying to do, update the planner and things, you know. This is Shorty September, in case y'all are not aware. This is the last day, so it's not too late to participate. Maybe in the spirit of the thing with the little pamphlet you can't, but if you want to read a short book and say, hey, I did a Shorty September, go right ahead. But I've read a lot of short books this month. Okay. And I think it might have been 17 or 18, but it's a lot of short books there. The more you read, the more you have to review online, and keeping those things straight is very interesting and daunting. Okay. If you are not one of those people that has a planner, get one and make a lot of notes. But it's fun. It's like revisiting things. Ooh, Kiana finished Capone to second it. It was so good. I have heard great things about Capone. I think from Dee Dee is where I first heard about it. And then Atia as well. Maybe a few others. How many Capones are in the docket? Okay, I've heard of 2. Is there any more? Let me know. Let me know. Lydia says, hello. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Are you still sprinting? When I got in, I saw you were sprinting, and my goal was to go in and talk, and I fell asleep. And then later on, I got up and I was doing some stuff, and I don't think I ever said hello. So hi, how you doing? Faithful says hello to Christina and to Sister. Everybody say hi to each other. Christina says hi to Amber Lee, Livia, Kiana, and Dee Dee. All the hellos, hellos, hellos. Livia is reading House of Sky and Breath by SJM, and I'm on 525 of 691. Okay. You are knee deep in that mug, okay? I really like the cover of that book, but I don't know I'm going to delve in. There's too many books in this series, and they're thickums. But I've heard good things about it, okay? Hello, Lachette. How are you doing, Miss Lady? What's going on today with you? What is happening? Dee Dee says, hi to Kiana. I'm so happy to see you still enjoying the series. Did you know that the series has just been picked up to be traditional published? Oh, that's good. So for anybody that's in the publishing arena, or even if you're aware, so if you have an indie book that gets picked up for traditional publishing, does it go back through like an editing or a reworking process, or does the author just get a big boatload of money and then they mass produce it? Let me know how that works for an indie, like the same book. if it goes from indie to traditional. Let me know. Maybe my wording's off. Good morning, morning. Everybody says hello to each other. I guess my mouse did need a new battery because it's still working, so that's good. Everybody said hello. Hello, Ren. How are you doing? Song of the Hell Witch. That sounds pretty fun. Well, I'm glad that you finished all your schoolwork so that you can get into Song of the Hell Witch and enjoy the rest of your day, okay? Because that sounds like a good time, okay? Maggie's working on the edits for Tiger Lily Inn. That sounds like a cozy. How's that going for you? I need to get the cord for my laptop before it dies. Definitely do that, okay? Because my laptop, when I picked it up this morning, the battery wasn't even registering, like the little thing, what does it call it? Like the battery indicator, and I had to charge this bad boy. Otherwise, we would not be sprinting, okay? And it's still on the charger now, so get that charger, okay? Kiana says hello to everybody. Michael says the collector is $268. Oh, okay, so that's not the big book. Okay. I needed something short after reading Noble House. The collector is awesome and slightly twisted. Don't you love a twisted novel? I like books with a little twist, okay? I like cozies every now and then, but I need some action packed. I need some twists. I need some suspense, something to keep you on your toes and throw some wrench at you. So I bet you that ought to be a fun time. How long did it take you to finish Noble House? Lachette says hello to everybody as well. Agreed about the names. It's just an observation I continually see. I've seen it throughout my entire life of certain names that it just burns me up when I feel like some people try and others don't. I'm just saying it's nice to try. I'm also not a fan of shortening people's name for your convenience so you don't try. Let somebody else tell you to shorten their name. You don't do that automatically for them for ease of comfort for yourself. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Kiana says if they can say Dostoevsky and Tchaikovsky, they can say other names as well. Oh, fat hacks. Oh my gosh. Correct all the way, okay? Falter through it, give it a good effort, okay? Because you see me, I falter through too, but I got close. I can always let somebody correct me, I'm cool. I will be checking for them, Courtney, trying to get as much in October on the Bible as I can go. That may be I can read a bit this week or month. You know what? Sometimes you can fit reading in, sometimes you can't. Okay. Yeah. Shorty September is September. That one should be a staple. They do it every September. It's a good month. Read books that are shorter. Sometimes they get love, sometimes they don't. But you definitely can go through them, especially like Amazon has a lot of those little short stories or like 50 something pages. I love those little stories. You can go through, I think I went through like 5 or 6 in a day once. Okay. But yeah, good books out there. So it's always something on the BookTube spreadsheet, y'all, that y'all can take advantage of if you're interested in seeing if you're celebrating anything for readathons or whatnot. Okay. Also, don't forget that it is also Hispanic Heritage Month, which it's September 15th through October 15th. Okay. So it encompasses 2 months. So, make sure you celebrate Hispanic heritage culture and get some books into as well. Okay. I forgot which was Banned Book Week. I know it was this month. I know I'm bad. I normally at least read 1 or 2 banned books, and it's just been so busy. I wrote it down and then I didn't follow through, but I'll just pick up a banned book sometime. But Banned Book Week, okay. 100% Kiana, yes. I keep trying to say Kiana. Christina says basically just putting in the people that sprint regular. That way it's easier when they do schedule, working smarter, not harder. Facts. I agree with you on that one. Okay. I appreciate the spreadsheet as well as I think most other people do as well. With all the hard work you and Vanessa, and I don't know who else, but I know y'all put in some really good hard work on it. I appreciate it. Amberly says, well, I got to get that workout in early or it won't get done. I agree with you there too. Okay. I always front load my workout. I'm either going to do it or I'm not. Okay. I've been attempting to do it at work lately. Sometimes I can fit it in and sometimes I can't. But yeah, anytime you can do it. But first thing in the morning is the best time because, you get tired, you eat some stuff, people want to go do things. Yeah. I understand. Christina says, I can't say Tchaikovsky, but I have heard it a lot. Dostoevsky, I may need someone to say it first. I feel you. It's just trying to say it, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it just puts a bit of respect on the name. And then you can always have somebody will definitely correct you if you say a name wrong. Okay. Most people respectfully correct somebody if they say their name wrong. I have heard some people get rude when you shorten their name or don't even attempt or say something completely different. Like you ever have somebody that tries to put extra letters? I'm like, come on now. Like, what are you doing? That don't even sound right. But I will say with Tchaikovsky and Dostoevsky, I normally say that one right, but I'm slurring. Those I have had other people say it a lot on BookTube, and so I know in theory the correct way to say it. Now, can I get my mouth to say it? But those particular ones people say quite often. But I have also heard people go out of their way to pronounce names like this and then mess up other simpler words, names, just by not using phonetics. Like there's a lot of names that just, if you use phonetics, like, oh, that was simple, like you ever heard like Erica or Alicia spelled like sounded but spelled a different way? I'm saying simple things like that. It's not that hard. If you spell it, like sound it out, you're like, oh, it's Alicia, and things like that. It's just, it burns me up. I just find that tends to be a common thing. I don't know if it's in other cultures, but in American culture, it is very prevalent. And I just have strong feelings about that. Didi says, I meant working on, not the Mystic Discord. Oh, okay. Nell's got that. Nell's a busy lady. Okay. But I'm going between my own, the Clubhouse, and setting up a new one for the 48-hour ARC event. Ooh, awesome. There's so many Discords, y'all. I can't keep them all straight. Okay. Lachette said, I'm trying to edit a video. Whew. Girl, I know that is a pain, but it's always a fun outcome, right? Okay. Take your time, do it right, and meet me if you need to. Doing okay though. Today started off slow since I went to bed late and woke up tired. I know how that is. I know how it is. I go to bed late if I'm at home because I work night shift. I go to bed late every day, and I've been trying to sleep in a little bit more to get that extra sleep, but I still front load the workout no matter what time I get up, whether it's 10 or whatnot. So drink plenty of water, Lachette, and stretch and take deep breaths. You'd be surprised how much that perks you up. Might be temporary and you might need to do it a few times, but it does work. I have tried that. Livia says, I do my exercise first thing in the morning or I don't do them. I agree. Sometimes though, I can get a second wind. Like when I'm watching TV at night, I might get a second wind and I'll put a mat on the floor. I don't consider it a full workout, but I may do like some abs or some stretching while I'm watching TV at night. But I won't say that is common by any means. But I think definitely getting it done first thing in the morning is best. I may take a walk later in the day. So that's exercise, but that's not necessarily like the main workout, which is crazy because I had a friend who used to call me. I appreciate her looking out for me, but you know, she works like 9 to 5 or whatever. And she would call me and wants to walk like 5 miles after work at the end of the day. And I'm like, girl, that does not even sound fun at all. It's like I'm already tired. Normally it's around like food time when she calls me too. And I'm just like, I need a heads up. And I can do two. I don't want to walk 5 miles at the end of the day after I had probably already worked out earlier in the day. But we could do 2 miles and then go for drinks, you know. Kiana says, y'all should have heard me telling my husband about Capone. It was so funny. What did you tell him? Just the juicy parts? Does Capone have some like, you know, spice to it? Let me know. Let me know. That's the parts I tell my husband, the spicy parts in books. But he likes the crazy plots. So those are, you know, you gotta, for people that aren't readers, when you start telling them all that stuff, because at first they're like, oh, you're reading, blah, 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 blah. And then you start telling them, they're like, hold up, backtrack. Did you say that? You know, what else happened? Like that's how my husband goes. I bet yours is the same. Christina says, are you doing a separate one for Arc Madness, Dee Dee? Yes. What are you doing? Let us know. Livia finished. I finished the sprint. Now I'm scheduling my October sprints, and then I'll work on my bullet journal. You are planning good. I like that. Okay. Red says, I'm more of night workout person. The shower after the gym helps me wind down. So it's easier in the morning, ends up making me feel sleepy. I get that. I've heard that. I've heard people say that, like taking showers in the morning is a little bit too relaxing. But I've also heard people say it perks them up. I feel like no matter what way that you can get your workout in, I mean, granted, eating habits are definitely important, but if you're one of those people that's inclined to work out in whatever fashion, okay, because I'm not talking about run a marathon. If your workout is 5 minutes of stretching, so be it, you know. But I feel like as long as you get it in some way, it does a body good, okay? So there we go. There we go. I've tried the night workout. Like at work, because I'm already awake and moving around and I work a physical job, it actually helps me keep from being so tired, and it breaks up my day because I do it about halfway through the shift. That's different than me being home attempting to work out, because I tried to do that when I first started night shift, and I was like, Courtney, what are you doing? It's like I have no reason to be trying to work out at like midnight or 1 a.m. when I'm at home. My husband's like, what are you doing? And then I normally try to go to bed around 2 because I don't keep a full nocturnal schedule, even though I work night shift. I stay up till at least 2 a.m. But sometimes it's a struggle, and I'm like, okay, it's past midnight, I'm gonna lay it down, you know. But if I'm still going to bed at 2, I'm not trying to take a shower and then go to sleep right after and then wake up. So I just do it in the mornings if I am off. And it evens out. I don't feel like I have to work out every day. If I do 3 days a week, great. I try to do more, but if I'm really tired or I have an appointment or something comes up, if I already can account for 3 days during the week, then I really don't stress about it at all. But that shower's really good though afterwards though. I don't get all sweaty at work. I just do like some abs and stretching on the floor and arm stuff. So I don't necessarily take a shower after that. If I start sweating, then I stop because I don't have time for a shower. I might actually get called in the middle of a workout for an emergency, which happens often as well. So I have to be ready. Yeah, on top of my horrible head. I need to do something with my hair today too. Yes, it is Halloween time, okay? Thank you. I didn't know that. Yay for Jaquel J. That's awesome, right? Usually when a traditional house picks up an indie book, they will run it through their editors and sometimes even change the story slightly. As long as they don't like change it drastically from the extent and the type of book it is, then that would be good. Like it would be sucky if you have a book that's urban fiction that somehow gets picked up and then it transforms to not urban fiction. You know what I'm saying? That would lose your audience. But I do think that it's good to run it through a good edit because I do find some indie books, many, I'll just say some indie books could definitely use a good edit. If you look at a lot of my book reviews, that is like probably 80% of my book reviews for indie books, I note that it could use a good edit. I mean, I bypass it and keep going unless it's completely just horrible. Then I'll start taking away from my rating for it. But yeah, indie books, that's a big problem. Urban fiction is probably the worst when it comes to the editing thing. To a certain extent, I let that slide. It kind of adds character to the book. I know that's funny, but it does. But those are kind of the worst. We're probably needing a good edit for that. But it's good that they're going to edit it up and spruce it up a little bit and into the world, though. Have more people get eyes on it and have the author get a little bit more notoriety. So I think that's pretty cool. Capone has 3 books. Capadonna has 5 and Capri has 6. Oh, so they're all by Jaquel. Okay. And am I saying his name right, by the way? Or her, their name, Jaquel J. Is that, am I saying that right? Wrote a lot of books, it seems. I might have to go pick up some, okay? Work is stressing me out. I wish I could call out. Don't do it. The money's good. You need it. It's only for a few hours. I get the stress, girl. I get the stress. Okay. Here's the calling out thing, though, right? So last night we were kind of like overstaffed on schedule. So they have this list that if you want to call, like if you want to not work, it's kind of first come, first serve. And if the count stays, the productivity, for the patients we have, blah, 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 blah. Then they'll let one person like call out, right? So one girl had signed up to not coming to work. And do you know that another girl on the list called out instead? So she had to come to work. I was so pissed. So watch out with the calling out if somebody else already had planned to be out. So I told the other girl, I was like, you know what? There's a date on that board where the other girl has already scheduled that she wants to not work. You might be sick that day. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just being messy. But yeah, I understand calling out. I always want to do that. But that's one thing I very rarely do. I really have to have a good reason to call out because I feel guilty. I'm one of those people, y'all. Take a breather, breathe, drink some water, take a lot of bathroom breaks. That used to get me through my stressful jobs a lot. Christina has the emoji. I am Christina. Okay. Christina says, cool. Gonna need an invite. Okay. Need the invite for the Discord. I don't know if you're a moderator there, but feel free to put the Discord in the chat down there too, if you're so inclined. Ren says, for the longest time, I thought it was a single trilogy, LL, Capone, Capadonna, and Capri. Oh, okay. So separate characters. Do they intertwine with each other? Let us know. Livy says, hello to Kiana, 100%. A Noble House took me 3 weeks to finish. I bet. What'd you say? It was like 1172, something like that. That's a lot of pages. Dee Dee got you all the way. Oh, there we go. You got the BookTube Bible there. Make sure y'all save it on your desktop so you can be notified or look at it to notify yourself of what's going on. Bree needs to finish my book, Assassin's Quest. That's what I'll be working on today. I hope you're doing another sprint. I am. I'm going to get through a few more comments and we're going to get to the next sprint. I have a cute little, let me see. Yep, okay. I had to make sure. I was like, I have a cute little timer pulled up. I hope you make a good dent in that book, okay? And yay to Dee Dee. Prep for Blackoween. Okay, there we go. There we go. Should be a fun time for you. Is someone else doing Blackoween? I saw a video that it was. I thought so too. I didn't say anything because I assumed since you're prepping that it was back on, but maybe it's not. Okay, let us know if you're going to be participating in Blackoween, whether or not it's a thing or not this year. Some of us are doing it anyway and creating read it. Oh, related content. Okay. I was like, what is that? Okay. Well, there we go. Blackoween is not official, but it will be unofficial and still going. That's cool. That's cool. I'm pretty sure Bree will appreciate that. Chris says hello to Courtney. Hope you're having a good day. I am. My stomach's growling a bit, but you know what? I'm going to rectify that in the next sprint. Okay. But I'm doing good. How about yourself? It is cool. I was looking forward to put on October's readathon page, and I saw it was canceled, but I can add it if someone is doing it. Yep. If you can just pinpoint the chat to just maybe some specific people so that people know who to look for. I don't respond to people I don't like that call me D. Who is D? Not me. Yeah, I feel like you have to have a level of familiarity when you're shortening somebody's name unless they tell you otherwise, okay? I have people call me Court all the time. I've never had a nickname. Never. My sisters do that. I let them, but it's never been a thing we grew up with. They started it about 2 years ago, maybe. I don't know where that came from. I didn't bother to correct them. But people outside of that, who's that? I always say, hey, Courtney. This is Courtney. Hey, I'm Courtney. So why are you calling me Court? It's weird. I don't get it. People used to do that with my maiden name too, shorten it. Why? They would even take out a letter too. I didn't get it. I don't like who is that? I wouldn't respond when it came to that though. When they were calling me by my last name and take out letter, I would just keep going. I would hear them and just not respond and then wait for them to tap me on the shoulder and then I would correct them. It's like, no. And then at work, if you've been here, I think I said this last year, we had a guy at my old job. His name was Jermaine. And he'd been there like a year. And then all of a sudden, this one girl started calling him Jeremy. I have no idea why. She called him Jermaine all the time, and all of a sudden she just started calling him Jeremy. And then other people were saying, oh, that Jeremy guy. I'm like, no. And I would stop. And he was like, oh, I don't know. When I brought it up to him, he was like, oh, whatever. That's just, whatever. They own some ish. That's what he would say. They're on some ish. And I'm like, no, I'm offended for you. And I would correct people. The man's name is Jermaine, not Jeremy. Where you're getting Jeremy from, I have no idea, but it's not okay. I would be nicer about it. I would just be like, who's Jermaine? Who's Jeremy? I don't know who that is. They'd be like, him. I was like, his name is Jermaine. I would say it like that, but I want to be like, is you dumb? No. Starting to mess at work, y'all. But yeah, I'm just so annoyed. I'm annoyed. I had a patient. I think I'm annoyed because I had a patient last night. There was all these emergencies that happened all at the last minute. So in reality, I was really trying to rush through her so I can go handle some real emergency of somebody dying down in the ER, right? And because my other coworker was by themselves. So I was rustling paper trying to, medical profession, we use a lot of paper. So I was trying to open some stuff to get her what she needed and get going. So I didn't hear everything she stated, but I heard her distinctly say, we're all the same. I don't know why people have issues sometimes. To me, I feel like we're all the same. I appreciate what you're doing. It was me, another Black nurse, and this lady was a white lady. So I just felt like, why did that come up. Like I've been in many situations in my life where that has always been something racially related. So I didn't hear the beginning of what she said, so I'm just assuming it was something about race, or maybe she was trying to prove that she was down and cool with us because it's us two Black people handling their care. But it just rubbed me the wrong way, because what was the point? Just be like, I appreciate you helping me out. So it just, to me, just kind of pinpoints the division in life of what, of when people say they don't see certain things, you do. Because why'd you bring it up? Like, I'm treating somebody and they go out of their way to show me they have a mixed race grandbaby. I don't know. To me, I'm just, it's I don't know. Oh, y'all, I'm in my feelings about some stuff today. But it's just that I just feel like there's certain people that folks tend to kind of downplay a little bit more than others in the name department. So that's kind of where I'm getting at with that. So good morning to Chris. Maggie says Norwegian, Finnish, and Icelandic names I don't even attempt. I can see how they could be difficult. To me, I attempt. I mean, I'm gonna butcher it, and I may even say I'm gonna butcher it, and some people even stop me up front when I say I'm gonna butcher it and correct me up front. But I will try. I will say that, because I've seen people with some simple names just not even attempt. And I can only even imagine why. Like, I had somebody not even attempt Deidre, but they attempted Deborah. Two different aesthetics of the people. So to me, it just irritates me sometimes. Yeah, if you don't know, you could ask. Yeah, you could. Yeah. I think it's just our American society as a whole. We got a lot of things going on, and it's reflective in how people address each other. People won't say that. I'm going to say it, but people won't say that. This channel, we keep it real. People don't like it, then, whatever. Chris says, good morning to Dee Dee and Christina. Lachette says, I think the name thing is especially annoying in bookish spaces. I heard it in a bookish space a few times. I heard it the other day, which is what made me kind of, with what happened at work, but also made me bring it up in this forum, because I was just annoyed. I was in a chat at the time, but yeah. Like, y'all will read and get character names, but real people's names are a problem. Yeah, I don't get it. If I'm just reading in my head, I will make something up for ones like the Mama Maggie, but I am speaking, I'll try. I asked then try. Yeah, I agree. When I'm reading a book, I will tell you that too. When I'm reading a book and a name comes off, it's kind of, I will in my head kind of attempt once or twice. And if it's just not registering, or, sometimes the words kind of hang you up, in my head, I'll kind of like get something close and then roll with it, But if this was somebody in person, yes, I would attempt to say their name. But in my book, I'm like, and keep going. And even sometimes I am thinking that, like, if their name, like, I'll be like in my head, that's what they are. As I'm reading. Like, our last book I read, the guy's name was Azulus. And in my head, the whole time, every time I saw it, he was Alizé. That was it, Alizé. Oh, I wouldn't do that until in person, though. Livy says hi to Chris. Mornings are for coffee and contemplation. Just saying, still my favorite line, Dee Dee. I like that. I wish I could do that. My mind just starts running like soon as I get up out of bed. Actually, even before, I'm like, okay, what do I need to do? I wish I could just have a cup of tea and just sit and relax. And I just feel like I can't do that. I'm erratic, I think. I also know that if I sit and relax too long, like once I'm out of bed, I'm not going to want to get up. So I'm like the Energizer Bunny. And that's the same thing at work. I don't sit still. All the people surf on their phone and sit and watch movies, and I'm the one running around. It's just, if I can sit and read my book, if I get to a point where I've gotten things done, I can sit and read. That is the only thing. Eating and reading are the only two things that will make me sit still at work. Other than that, I'm busybody going to do stuff. Lachette says to Christina, that would be great. The map and prompts would be the same anyway. You can link it to the 2024 video or Breeze playlist. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. I like how you're keeping the spirit of that alive. That's pretty cool. Maybe next year she can bring it back. Kiana says there's a little spice, but definitely a crazy plot. They use the N word literally, though liberally, and you know her. Oh, well, it's urban fiction. You got to expect that. Okay, that's another thing. When people use the term urban fiction in books, like they really need to. See, here's the thing. The word urban, if you look it in the dictionary, it says referring to or about Black, doesn't say Black people, but it's basically referring to Black culture, and it can refer to a city. That's where I feel like sometimes you have like a disconnect when people pick up a book. But however, a lot of urban fiction, like referring to Black people, you can tell by the cover. Generally we have a Black person on the cover or big colorful covers, which I love. I think the graphics of who do a lot of those are just awesome and cool. But sometimes you can be duped, and you need to know if you're reading urban fiction, and I'm not saying it's in all of them, like Black urban fiction, cussing and the N word is not in all of them, but I will say in all I have read, it's in there. So you need to be prepared if you're going to get your feelings hurt if that's not what you want to read, So some people put trigger warnings at the beginning of a book and some don't. I personally don't care and actually prefer not to have a bunch of trigger warnings at the beginning of a book because it's a spoiler, but to each his own and how people want to do that. Okay, if I start seeing the first page and say beware this trigger warning, I stop and turn the page so I won't be spoiled. But yeah, you gotta know, is this part of the city or of this something else? You know what I'm saying? Spice. Chris said, I had a NetGalley arc where the Kindle version had letters missing from the words, so they would show up as A, and first would come up as Erst. And I complained, so hopefully the publisher fixed it. See, I will point some of that out. I'm not gonna lie, I am not shy in my written reviews about putting kind of what I think, and this is regardless of who it is. I'll kind of be kind about it, but I understand that a lot of indie people don't have maybe eyes or beta testers and editors or whatever, but come on now, like we have spell check. I mean, at least kind of run it through that a little bit. It just burns me up. One or two I can bypass over, but when it's riddled with that, I'm telling you, I'm about to take a star off right there. You got to have a kick-ass plot or something to redeem it. I've had some books that were riddled with some errors and I gave it a 5-star because something else about it just kind of was like, woo, okay, forget the fact that they can't spell, but that's rare. But running through a little spell check. What sucks though is that when they're on Amazon and you say that and then they don't take it off, I don't know what the process is. If it's kind of like, how on YouTube, if you have a video and if you take it off to fix something, it's a whole nother video, like you lose your likes and your comments and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if like on Amazon or other platforms, I'll go with Amazon or Storygraph or whatever, that if they took it off to fix something, if they would kind of lose all the reviews and stars and stuff like that. But I've seen some books that I flat out put it in my review. This is riddled with errors. I think this is not indicative of the talent that you have, and a good edit and re-upload would really help it a lot. I have put that in reviews. And I've gone back and it has not been fixed. So each his own. I don't know. I'm just a reader stating my opinion. Okay. But I will always say, like, what I liked about the book and stuff. I'm not going to completely trash a book for bad editing unless it's just not done completely well at all, you know. A shower in the morning makes me go back to sleep. A shower at night wakes me up. I know I'm contrary. Oh, maybe it's the coffee and the caffeine, you know. Take some melatonin. It'll work out. One of my goals for the first quarter is to have my Discord, so my readathon will have a dedicated space next year. I see that. That's the reason why for Bootcamp Readathon I created a Discord, because I'm not a huge Discord person, but I got asked when I did Bootcamp the first year about if I had a Discord. And Nicole at Dusty Book Sniffers was very awesome to create a channel on her Discord for it. So this year I figured I would just go ahead and create one for that. So yeah, I understand. A good place to communicate, you know, about it is a nice spot. Okay. One of the characters had a name change. It confused me a bit. I think it was a mistake. They do that. They do that. Sometimes, you know, the editing, you know. Uh-oh. Dee Dee wants to know. Even the big publishers have let editing go. I found a lot of editing mistakes. Publishers have gotten so lazy lately. And hello to Kiana. You know, sometimes I catch error. I'll say this, indie books, I will let the fact that there's misspellings go much easier than in traditionally published books. If I find an error in like a big traditionally published book, I don't care if it's one error, I will point that out in a review. I will. And I actually in the Kindle versions, like I'll highlight errors. Like indie stuff, maybe not so much if it just has a lot of them. It's no point. But if this is like a Allie Hazelwood, it was a book I read by her, and there was an error in the book Bride, and I was like, oh my God, is there an error in here? But that to me is huge. You know how many edits and stuff this should be going through, and publishers, we should not. Look at me being snooty. That should not happen. Okay. Joey's mama, she went from Sharon to Shannon. Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up. They forgot, y'all. They forgot. I say Jaquel the same way you do. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of books. The ones I mentioned are just one part in the Delgado series, but I'll be starting Quasim, which is the start of the Infernal Gods. Ooh. Man, they got a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. But you have to read them in order to get the full impact and know the backstories. Yeah, that's generally how it is in series. Capone and Capadonna are twins, and Capri is their younger sister. Oh, they got a whole family dynamic. Okay. I like how they're branching off though. So it's not like 10 books in one series, you know, following like the same character, you know. As soon as I clocked that there was a main character, I was quite excited. Okay. And Michael's book was 1376. Wow, that is a lot. That's a lot. Did you say hi? Muslim character? Oh, I was thinking main character. Okay, my bad. Thank you for saying that. Okay. That's cool to have that representation too. I like that. Okay, I get you. And a motorcycle club. That's always fun too. Okay. I think you said hi, but I can't remember. Well, I swear, y'all, we're going to get to this sprint. It's already cute, okay? There are so many uses for our MCs, so I couldn't be surprised. I tend to get upset more than happy with Muslim characters anyways. They're always in the very loose sense. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, you know how that is. It's like half, right? It's nice to at least have that representation, but I guess if you really want like a strict like Muslim character, you really got to read a book that's, you know, kind of focused on that and, you know, written by somebody that's centered around that, you know. The brain fog is real. Who are you telling? Okay, who are you telling? How is Jones? Let us know how Jones is. I've never had a nickname either, and so many people just randomly try and give me one. Pretend I don't hear them until they stop. Facts. I think we should all do that. That should be normalized. What nickname are they giving you off of Lachette? Is it Shetty, La, Lash, Lasha? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what they're making out of Lachette. I have a whole load of nicknames depending on when people met me and what name they met me as. Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to have them aliases. Mr. Jones has been doing some thirst traps lately, so I've been very happy. Mm, okay, pinpoint me in the right direction. Okay. You too, Mom. I'm still upset about Bob. Bob. Isn't that Coda, right? Who's Bob? Somebody was saying that the other day. I've been out the loop, y'all know. So some of these are over my head a little bit, but I did hear about Bob. A lot of people think my name is French and therefore hard to pronounce. I got some people have had past issue when trying to read names, but it's disrespectful to not even try. Yeah, see, I'm not the only one that thinks that. On the fence about him, right on that point. What are you on the fence about? The term urban fiction. Yeah, it can be confusing to some folks, okay? What's real confusing or real upsetting though is somebody picks up an urban fiction is not what they think it is, and then they go and leave a badass review. That is not okay, especially when they just leave a review and don't even write anything. Like just 1 star, or this book is not for me, 1 2-star. Okay, you could have just kept that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Give me more details so I can pick apart why you're being shisty. I read urban fiction and urban fantasy, 2 different things. Yep. Though the Vampire Huntress series is both. Sometimes you can't have both. And I actually really like when they're in the same thing. I really enjoy that. But you definitely got to know what you're getting into up front. I've been telling people you need to be comfortable reading the N words as it's on pretty much every other page. Yes. And if you are, to each his own, everybody's different. It's not the word that I'm comfortable saying or I like around me, but to each his own. I get why it's a controversy, but like I said, to each his own of who feels comfortable. But if you are not of the variety that normally says that word, just because you read it does not mean you go around and saying it, even if you're describing it. You get your ass whooped. Okay. So that's a whole nother thing. So keep that in mind. Reading and saying and singing things we hear things all the time. Kids hear cuss words. That don't mean that they should go around repeating it. Use that same mentality, you know. Lachette said, Christina says to Lachette, people say that the French are rude to American, and that they may be true, but usually it's because they go over there and expect them to speak American. If you go there, at least try to. Yeah, see, I'm on them English people that are Americans that want to go speak English, and I feel uncomfortable trying to say certain words. But yeah, I get you on that one. I think America has a horrible reputation just as history goes on. So it's not even, or as time goes on. So I just think we're just kind of doomed in some aspects and people's opinions of us. Okay. I think we just get a little bit more crazy as we go. People speak French. Speak French. They're cool about it and will help you, but not trying annoys me. Probably annoys everyone in that situation. Yeah, I agree. It's just like Spanish and going to Mexico. Sometimes I feel uncomfortable. I've never been to France. I think if I would attempt to go to France, I would try to learn some words. When I go to Mexico, I'll say gracias, but I feel like, are they making fun of me? Am I making fun of them? I don't know. It's like a level of uncomfortableness. But I will say I tend to stay at the resorts and everybody speaks English there. I don't know. I tried to ask someone in the store something. They laughed at me, then corrected me. And then I was asking how much they would pay for my friend. Not my friend wants to know how much this is. Yeah. I think it's kind of rude to laugh at you because, even though I'm laughing too, I just think the story is funny. It is rude for them to laugh at you because it's obviously a mistake. I would feel uncomfortable in that respect, but I get why they laughed. Okay. I think you have to have a certain amount of humility and humor when you're traveling. Okay. People that take themselves too serious are not going to do too well, you know. But that is a funny story. Okay. I hope y'all figured it all out. Y'all, we need to get to the sprint. Okay, let me see where we at in some comments. This is going to keep going. I'm going to stop right here, and we're going to go to the sprint. KDP is a whole issue, and that's one program Amazon has for publishing. KDP, what is that? Kindle, some sort of Kindle publishing, I'm assuming, right? All right, y'all, here's our next sprint here, okay? We're going to come back and do some more comments. Where did it go? Okay, sorry. Whenever I go to my other screen, for some reason, it puts like a black screen here. I thought it disappeared. I'm going to start this one here, okay? And we'll come back and start from there. So here's our kitty cats. Our kitty cats. And I said it was a cute timer, right? So we have kitties. Which one do you want? We have light gray, dark gray. What is that? Calico? Is that what that is? And then I guess lighter gray. So 1 through 4. I'm gonna go with number 3 because little brown calico kitty stands out. So we're gonna go with that one. Hold up a second. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. I feel like my computer's trying to do some stuff. Okay, so we got some kitties up on the deck that are trying to race and win some yarn. Okay, so who we gonna go? So we have Christina says number 2 looks like your little shadow. I like that. That's cute. Okay, and where'd this little thing go? Sorry, my mouse went over your name. There we go, Bella. I saw vote for 3, but I didn't see the name. Okay, so Bella is going for number 3. Okay, I'm with you on that one. Dee Dee likes the ginger as well, number 3. Amber Lee's number 2. I would say it is an orange tabby. Okay, there we go. We got number 3. Tabby it is. Kindle Direct Publishing. Okay, yep. Yeah, I don't know much about that one. I just know that they can upload. I'm assuming they should be able to take off or whatnot. We shall see. And you got number 4. It looks like Nimbus. Ooh, cutie cats. I think they're all adorbs. I think all of them, the exception of 3, has like a grayish tint. I wish they would have done something a little bit different, but that's okay. That's okay. Programming cost, right? Well, we have a few for number 3, including myself. So you know what? 3 for the win, okay? All right, let's get this sprint going, okay? I will see you on 45. Happy sprinting. Sorry about that. I was trying to finish up some stuff and I thought I had a few minutes, more seconds. Apparently I did not. And then I started dropping things. Anyway, okay. So number 2 is the winner. How did that sprint go for everybody? Oh, it looks like the cat got the yarn. Okay. So sorry, I got my head massager here. Okay, number 2, Faithful got that one. Anybody else number 2? Christina's also going with number 2 as well. So let me get this sprint off the screen. There we go. Okay. Whew. Feel like time is getting away from me here. Okay. Well, so we have a number 2 was the winner. So mine definitely did not win. So hopefully yours did. I was at Alicia's work in progress chat for her Lego build. So I was looking into that and I started detangling my hair. Oh my gosh, it's the worst. So that is what I was attempting to try to do in the other room after I fed myself. So that could be daunting, y'all. That is definitely not a fun process, but that's okay. I will do some more on the next sprint. The goal is to try to wash the hair today. We shall see how that goes, okay? I'm just queuing up the next sprint with my sketching mouse here. And then we'll go back, do some comments, okay? We're going to do another 45. We have 2 more 45s, okay? Okay. I'm going to go back up here to where I left off at the comments. Okay, so Lachette was saying that Kindle's, what'd you say? Kindle Direct Publishing is a whole issue, and that's one program Amazon has for publishing. Oh, speaking of, I don't think I showed y'all. Did I drop something? This is my head massager. I was able to put my batteries inside of it, and it's, when I don't have my poof right here, I feel so good on my head. Kind of helps with the blood flow here. Oh, that is amazing. Oh my gosh, I could just do that all day, y'all. Anyway, so as you can see right here, this is where the little cord, where's it at, was supposed to be. But yeah, cord's not there anymore. So I have to have batteries. So I found those as well. Okay, Chris said, I found the French quite pleasant. The American tourists are a nightmare, and I support the French people being rude to them if they are rude. Yeah, I don't like it when people are rude to folks. Like, you have people that go to certain areas and they just have this sense of entitlement, like everybody should bend over backwards. I don't believe in that. Like, I think things should go the way they should go, but you should always account for errors, especially if you're in a foreign country and you're trying to navigate things, Some people just don't take that well. But I also am not a fan of people being rude to people for the sake of just being rude. Like, oh, I'm French and you're American and you're over here. That's not okay either. To me, it's kind of like the same problems we have in our own country of some people feeling more entitled than others. So I just feel like that's not a good look. It's not cute, So just everybody, do what you're supposed to do. If you feel like you got to be rude to somebody just to be rude, then you know what? Take a few steep feet back and turn around, Yep. Christina agrees. Exactly. Lachette says, I'm not French, though, and neither is my name. People creating their own problems. Yeah, that is rude. That is rude. I agree with you on that one. Also, not Creole, Haitian, or related to any other country colonized by the French. Ooh, that's a whole nother game right there. Yep. People should just ask, hey, hey, how do you pronounce your name? Or be like, Lachette, and then, I don't know. You can never go wrong with asking something, okay? If somebody's rude because you ask something in a polite way, then that's on them. You know what I'm saying? Bob is a character in Stranger Things. Oh, I thought somebody was calling someone on BookTube Bob. Maybe I misconstrued things. Okay. I've never seen Stranger Things, so no, I've seen a few episodes. My husband had me watch it, but I'm not like a fan or avid watcher or anything like that. Faithful out here incognito, international woman of mystery. Hey, you know what? She gotta do what she gotta do, okay? Bella says, hello, need to school reading. I need to do school reading. Go right ahead. Feel free to mute us. I understand how when you have things you gotta do, okay? Get to them, okay? Hey, Lynn. She said that you'll get your ass whooped, man. Yeah, watch out on that one. Okay, watch out. Okay. They looked at me funny and then helped me, but it was funny and I was laughing too. I mean, it is funny. Hey, my friend's like, hey, what price are you going to pay versus, hey, how much does that cost? Two separately different things. As long as they weren't rude about it, then I'm okay with it. Because there's one thing, like sharing kind of a joke or something funny versus making a joke with somebody else, in that sense. It's kind of like you got to look at the context of the person, Christina says, hello, Lynn. Two looks like your shadow. Okay, there we go. We're talking about the kitties there. Okay, so 2-1. So we had Christina. We had Amber Lee. Was that it? Okay. Faithful as well. Okay. We'll be going. Yep. No, Christina, the shadow will start headbutting in the face again. Wouldn't it be interesting how if they had the timers mimic real life where, somebody lost or whatever, and then they started fighting? That would be hilarious. Hilarious. It reminds me of a book that I recently read, right? So it's not, it's one of them cheesy little books or whatever, but you have these aliens where on the planet, females are not born like often. They're rare. So they're very much treasured. And generally you have one female for a group of guys, right? They call it a pod, right? So they put the females kind of on like an auction block when they get a certain age. And it's kind of like who vibes with her best based off of her scent. So it's not like they're paying for her, right? So anyway, this one group vibes with the female and they, commandeer or whatever, right? And then they get told as they're about to leave with her that, hey, while y'all were doing whatever, there were 2 other auction blocks. And this one group of males didn't match with any females in those other 2. So now they're upset and they're basically storming the planet and attacking everybody to steal the females. Very interesting premise. Okay. There's a lot of erotic in there, but it was just, to me, it just reminded me of hilarious. I was just thinking of the idea that, if you lose, you start fighting. Kind of like sports players. You know how they lose and then they start fighting or a play don't go their way? It's like you get paid millions of dollars and you're fighting on a field like children. You know how that goes. Fable said might start using that, Jay. There we go. There you go. Thesis-shaped trees are cute. Thesis-shaped trees are cute. Chris is sprinting. Oh, I did not know. Okay, we'll have to go check out Chris sprinting. Okay, y'all. Kelly says, happy time zone. You got the kitties. Yes, they are. Oh, you're talking about the kitties are cute. Okay, I was saying thesis. I was still trying to process that one. Hello, Miss Chantel. Pop in and hug the like button and say hello. I don't know what my plans are yet for the day. You know what? They will come through, okay? So it's nice to have a day where nothing's planned. You can just kind of have it cultivate as its will. So that's always cool. So everybody say hello to Miss Chantel. Hello, Miss Jessica Kiwi. How are you doing? What are you doing today? And you got Miss Swing. How are you doing? Happy World Translation Day. Ooh. We were just speaking about French too. World Translation Day. Happy Petrix Day. Happy Mull Cider Day. And happy birthday, Truman Capote. Very interesting. Okay, I'll take some mulled cider. Great. Thank you very much for all the days. I like those. Grace says 41% into 9-month contract. Okay. Did you ever tell us what that was about? Let us know. Bella wrote some for government. Okay, working on schoolwork. Okay, there we go. Keep at it. Oh, we're talking about the number 2. You picked the black. Yay, there we go. Kiwi says, I am getting ready for my IT. Oh, it's Sprint. So right now I'm eating breakfast. I can't speak. Eating breakfast and drinking a strong cup of tea. Ooh, what type of tea? Let us know what the tea is about. Okay. What are you having for breakfast too? Amberly says, finished my pages and swan song for today and went to the garden and picked some peppers and eggplants. Ooh, I like when you can grow your own vegetables. Very healthy. Yes, definitely a good job on that one. Dee Dee says, I sprint hopped one. Okay, I know what that is. Quote of the day for team hybrids. I need to start getting ready for sprints. Okay. Much appreciated you coming by. I'll probably be stopping into your sprints too. Faithful says I need to finish scrolling before the hellos. Okay. Yay to Shadow 1. Woo. There we go, y'all. All the hellos. Didn't read, but got some work done on my position paper. Yay, there we go. That's progress. Okay, take that for the win. Swing says, what is your name again? I wrote it down, but can't find it. Faithful goes by Faith from my understanding. Cereal gluten-free Sultana brand. Sounds healthy. Besides the carbs. Sounds healthy. Question of the day. I said quote of the day. Okay. I like when we get trivia. That's what I think of question of the day is, kind of like trivia. Speaking of information, we have our book on this day. So let's see what happened in history on this day of September 30th. Okay, in 1520, you have Suleiman the Magnificent. Suleiman I began his reign as the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, which was ruled from what is now Turkey. A noble leader in 16th century Europe, he promoted the development of the arts, architecture, and law in his vast dominion. Martina Hingis was born today in 1980. She's a Swiss tennis player. Competed her first tournament at the age of 4 and won more than 90 women's tennis titles. Apparently in 1968, Boeing's first jumbo jet was revealed to the public in Washington, kicking off a new era of commercial air travel. With a tail as high as a 6-story building and a wing area bigger than a basketball court, the Boeing 747 was the largest airliner at the time. Interesting. I bet guaranteed there are so many other big ones now. 1968, Boeing released the largest aircraft of its time at that era. What else we have going on? In 2004, a rare gigantic squid known as Archaeopteryx. I know this, right? Archaeopteryx. That sounds better. Archaeopteryx was photographed in its natural habitat for the first time by scientists in Tokyo, Japan. See, they should have put how big is this squid? You just said a rare gigantic squid. What big? Anyway, that was 2004. The Flintstones. Where are the Flintstones? 1960 is when the Flintstones aired in the United States. Wow. Whew. I grew up on the Flintstones. Any of y'all did? Let me know. Probably aging myself a bit. The Boulder Dam was dedicated in the U.S. by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. So the Boulder Dam, 1935 was dedicated. Berlin Airlift ended after 15 months in 1949. Cold War troops delivering rations to needy citizens in the Soviet Union. And that is it. That is this day. Okay, you got famous tennis player, you got big ass plane, you got squids, you got a dam, and the Flintstones. There we go. September 30th, y'all. Okay, swing. I'll go by Faithful. There we go. Trivia in the Mystic Readathon Discord. Yeah, I've been definitely slacking on the Discord there, y'all. Okay, y'all. We are going to get to our last sprint, I believe, here. Okay, y'all. Y'all ready for it? Ready for some football? There we go here. Okay. So we have some barnyard animals. Barnyard animals. All right, let me know who you want to win. The Flintstones were a staple. Yep. I grew up with both the Flintstones and the Jetsons, two of my favorite, all-time favorites. You gotta love them. Very wholesome, definitely compared to like now. Barnyard animal. Hello, Double Jen. How are you doing? What are you up to today? Let us know. Let us know. And while you're at it, go ahead and let us know which animal you think should be winning this race, okay? Amber Lee says number 3 right off the bat. So we got a chicken, number 1. Number 2 is a goat. Number 3 is a sheep. And we got a porky pig as number 4. I'm going to go with goat. I was thinking of one with number 1, the smallest animal, is an underdog, but I'm not going to go out like that. So I'm going to go number 2 with the goat. He seems happy enough. Okay, Chantel's also going with the goats. Jen is going with the pig. Let's see. Faithful's going with number 3. Okay, also the sheep. I get you. Okay, Lachette's taking a chance on the chicken. Okay, I get you. Hello, Miss Dee Dee. How are you doing? Yeah, I love the Jetsons too. If y'all had to pick Jetsons versus Flintstones, which one would y'all choose? Like the era to live in, which one would you choose? Kiwi says number 2. Dee says number 3. And I thought it was a donkey. Oh, let me look again. You never know. No, I think it's a goat. The goat. I think the era to live in, I would like to live in if I had to choose one, would be the Jetsons. But as far as with cartoons, I don't know. I like them both about the same, but I don't know. I kind of like the Jetsons because it had all these crazy ideas about, the future and stuff like that. So, and I think, is it now that future that they envisioned? And we're definitely not there yet. So, no telling. Okay. Jessica said the Flintstones. Okay, Bella, I see you're number 2. You're choosing the goat too. Lachette says the Jetsons. I'm a root for the chicken. Okay. Hey, Coda, how you doing? You're going for the underdog too. See, and we're hiding them right behind the words. You never know. The chicken may hit it out the park, take extra steps. You never know. Yeah, they're both good cartoons. I will say that. I think cartoons back in the day were made for kids. Nowadays, there's a lot of interesting kids program. I'll say that. Jen says hello to Coda, and so does everybody else. Say hello. Give a shout out. It's a goat. He has horns. Yeah, definitely. To live in the Jetsons, I need me some modern medicine and hygiene. Yeah, I mean, they had their moments, they improvised a lot, but I didn't like all that improvising on the Flintstones. I will say that. Like, you have, what was it, the elephant or whatnot? Not the elephant, the mammoth or whatever, providing like water out the nostril. Just, some of those things I was like, I don't like that. I want a pygmy goat, but sheep have wool. Keeps you warm, keeps you warm. That is for sure. I vote for the pig. Okay, a lot of people liking this pig. Okay, I'm okay with that. Bella says also made a mistake. Microwaved baked apples instead of potatoes for dinner, but put barbecue sauce all over. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's interesting. Okay, that's quite a mistake. What you gonna do about it? You're gonna scrape off, start fresh. What are we doing? Just says hello to Coda. And Christina says hello to Coda. Everybody say hi to Coda. Coda's a popular man. Happily ever after is choosing the sheep. Okay. Okay. There we go. It's too early in the morning for me to see animal anatomy right now. Yeah, we'll stick to the outside. Coda is saying just a blanket to everybody by name, individuals. Okay, we'll go with that. Oh, yeah, they were hilarious. Yeah, I always thought to me, I would start laughing with the Flintstones when they're like pushing the car with their feet. I'm just like, okay, y'all, that's excessive. And I'm like, the calluses is real. Woolly Mammoth Sink Sprayer. Yes, so crazed, right? So they had all those modern appliances like of what we had, just in a weird way. You know what I'm saying? I think I prefer the Jetsons, even though a lot of the things didn't work right. I would prefer that. Yeah, barbecue sauce and apples. I do a rinse off and start over. Got some goats up in there. Okay, another goat for Christina. Everybody's all okay. We got some goats. I think we have more votes for 2 and 3 than anything. So, what did I say? I think I said 2, so I'm up in there too. The goat. There's another goat one right there. Coda says hello, and also hello anyone I missed and everyone lurking. Maybe just throw away the apples and heat up the potatoes. I can second that. Not a big fan of cooked apples. I will say that. Okay, Ren is also for the sheep and saying hello to Coda. I think I'm going to edit first. Okay, there we go. Yeah, get your editing done. That way you can get it out of the way. Michael says, good to see Coda. Jen says, I need a cow to vote for. I don't. Yeah, no cows for sure on this one. I thought one would pop up, but no. Coda says hello to Ren. And also, same to you, Michael. Oh, excuse me. All right, my throat's getting dry here. Okay, we're going to start this next sprint here. Okay, so last sprint here. No, I think we have a 30-minute one after this one. Second to last sprint here. Okay, y'all, make it count. foul play. Foul play. That sheep just came out of nowhere and then just decided to just run up in there, man. Okay, number three, bouncing up and down. There we go. How did that sprint go for everybody? How did it go? Let me know. Whew, my phone is going off. I've been using my little head massager here. Just press it down. Very good. It has a good vibration. Oh my gosh. My scalp is like really sensitive. It can really use a massage. And I've been detangling it, black hair, it's not for the faint of heart. So there's a lot of detangling you have to do, which pulls on your scalp. And I got a real sensitive scalp already. And it's just like, it's just like real sensitive in certain areas. And I haven't even washed it yet. It's just a detangling before washing. Ugh. And I think I'm going to do a little bit of cutting, some trim, some split ends and all, because I don't really know anybody that cuts hair out here that trusts. So I think I'm going to just do it myself. I haven't done that before. I gave myself a COVID haircut. It actually was not that bad. But I think that's what I am going to do. Just a little trim. I did like a full COVID cut when I did my thing last time. It was a full COVID cut. I don't know if I'm going to go that drastic now. I'm still thinking about it. I like a length at the top. So, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I'm definitely going to be washing this bad boy today. That is what the plan is. So, that is what I'm prepping for. You detangle before, and then you wash, condition, deep condition, then you detangle again, and then you're ready to figure out what style you're going to put in. So all of that jazz. Okay, that'll take up the full rest of my day. Luckily, I have a book I have not started. The Weight of Blood is what I plan to read. My next read, Tiffany D. Jackson. I heard it was great. It's like a Carrie Stephen King retelling. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Libby had an audio come through for it. So I may have that. Or generally when I'm braiding up my hair, I could actually physically read. So, but I like to have both options. But I have not started it yet. So I want to be full deep in my hair before I start. But I did find this, Miss Christina, you may like. It is a protein coffee, Perez. 20 grams of protein. Cold brew. So I don't know. I can't remember if I tried these or not. We had a 12 pack. My husband has drunk most of them. Let me see if I like it before I get knee deep in here. Ooh, smells strong. I'll go with it. I could actually use a little pick me up, or I need to go to the store and get some milk because I would normally water this down. I'm only going to use half. I'm going to give him the rest. Because it's kind of strong, but I have milk. So the store will be tomorrow, which is why I'm trying to do my hair today. I want to go run errands and go to the store tomorrow, maybe library, but definitely the store because I'm out of like milk and eggs. And then I have a dentist on Thursday. Yeah, I work the weekend again. So anyway, definitely smells strong like coffee. It's not a great smell. It's like cigarettes, kind of. It's a gross smell. Anyway. Let's see. Ren says hi to Coda. Dee Dee says, hey, Daddy. How you doing? Barbara is sprinting. I saw her sprinting. I didn't see Rylan sprinting. So Rylan is also sprinting. It was a busy sprint for me. I didn't get to the sprint hopping I planned to because I went to detangle my hair. That took both hands. Dee Dee says, about to get ready for my sprints. Thanks for the sprints, Courtney. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. You too as well. I'm sure I will see you around BookTube, okay? We have one more 30-minute sprint left, okay? There's Dee Dee's sprint as well. Swing says hi, Dakota. There we go. Woohoo. Kelly says you scared me that time, Ferris. On Kelly's sprints just morning, you know how you're on the sprint, you're not really paying attention, and then all of a sudden the timer or whatever goes off. Hers has kind of like a slasher movie vibe, and it just scared the crap out of me every time. You think I would have been like prepared for it, and then but it would go off. I'd be like, because I would just be engrossed in what I was doing. Oh man, I should make mine like this. Just go. Because y'all can hear that, right? That should be good enough. Maybe put it here. Oh, that might be too loud. I don't know. Yeah, that ought to be it. I'll probably forget about this thing by next sprint. It just feels so good on my head. I keep this by my couch area. Oh. Anyway, Dee Dee says, yay, she won. Awesome, awesome. I did not. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Got to get into the festive spirit, y'all. Halloween is on its way if y'all do so celebrate, okay? I don't get too much into it. Like, I don't do a bunch of decorating or nothing like that. But I have, a few costumes. I'm always working for Halloween. That's the thing. I asked to get off this Halloween, and I got put in a bind for days that were left because we kind of choose our own schedule for work. And I got stuck with what was left, which was Halloween. So I'm basically being forced to work Halloween. So that kind of sucks. But I didn't put up a stink because I didn't have to pick up as many weekends. So it's kind of sucky because I picked up 2 days on the schedule that I would rather definitely not work. However, it is like less weekends compared to like October. I think I work at least 1 day of every weekend in October. But for November coming up, it kind of changes. So it is what it is, sucky work schedules. Chantel says, I got some editing done. Yay. Still have the final clip and outro stuff, and then I can work on uploading. Look how long that takes. I am trying my best to try to figure out this whole video thing, which is why I haven't been doing as many. The thing is, I read a lot of ebooks, and you're kind of forced to do a bunch of editing when it comes to like that, finding them and all that stuff. It just becomes a pain. So I'm trying to find simpler ways to do some things. That's my phone, y'all. Don't worry about that. Can't wait for the Cackling Witch next month. I want to hear that. Woohoo for number 3. Yep, and all the number 3s. My goat did not make it through, y'all. Okay. Protein coffee. Yes. It's I don't know. It's all right. I'm not a huge coffee person, so the jury's out with me when I say I don't like coffee. There's different varieties, apparently. This is the original, and it is sweet. And truthfully, this whole thing, which let me see in context. I think this is a 16-ounce pint glass. And if you look at this next to this, that's pretty big. This is 11 ounces, and the whole thing is 100 calories. So that's not bad at all. 5 carbs, 1 gram of sugar, 20 protein, no fat. Let's see, what's the sugar in here? Natural caffeine, milk protein, concentrated coffee extract. I'm trying to figure out they have to have some sort of sugar in here. Like, artificial sugar. I don't see it though. Erythritol and sucralose free. So what's the sweet factor? It doesn't say. Anyway, look at Prez, gelatin gum, maize, dipotassium phosphate. Maybe that's it. But I don't know. It's not bad. I personally do enjoy iced coffee. I don't drink regular coffee. So I keep this in the fridge. So I would compare this to iced coffee, but I would water this down with a lot of milk and put ice and make like a big iced coffee. That's how I prefer it. This to me seems, I don't know if thick is the word, because not really. It's not thick like condensed milk. I think it's just thick as in coffee tasting. So I feel like it should be watered down for my taste. But gives you a little pick me up. But that's also why I did not drink the whole thing. My husband is a coffee fanatic, probably drinks way more caffeine than he needs to on a daily basis. So I'm gonna give him this, and it'll probably be like his 8th cup of coffee for the day. But check it out. Up to 181 and 5 broken blades. Oh, you're reading 5 broken blades. Okay. I enjoyed 5 broken blades. I'm assuming you already know there's that cliff, right? So just be prepared to pick up the second book. Let me know how you're enjoying that. Kiana says, I'm stuck working. Hey, we got to make some money somehow, okay? Yep. I know how you feel, girl. I was there last night. At least you're not up all night long, so that's one thing. But enjoy your time off and make your money when you can, and hopefully it goes through quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to vacation this month. Ooh, that ought to make it a little bit more sweet. Oh, well, you said it's a staycation. That's fun. I was going to ask until I saw your comment, where are you going? But you know what? I think the best place that you can go the most consistently and enjoy yourself is home. Make your home life what you want it to be, and it'll be the safest space for you. I firmly believe that, okay? I enjoy being home. I surround myself with the things I like. I got my books, I got my drinks, I got my food. I don't deal with the craziness outside. I go to work and pay the bill. That's the cost to stay. It's nicer that I have a pool down the street when the weather's warm. It's chilling off now, but hopefully I have a pool or beach day coming up before it gets too crazy. But, I have a nice deck that's covered. I have right now these little lawn loungers, but I want to get one of those outdoor patio sets, like outdoor furniture where you can sit, kind of like a sectional couch or something, where you can kind of sit and chill. So when the weather's chilly but not cold, you can sit out with a blanket outside. That'd be really cool. But staycations are nice. Okay, make it what you want it to be. Take some day trips, girl. Kelly says, I'm also working, trying to figure out how we can tell if these ads are working. I have no idea. I don't know if it tells you how many people click on them or whatnot. I'm not enjoying it. No. What is wrong with 5 broken blades? What are you not enjoying about it? It does read like new adults. I wouldn't call it YA. I think some of the character interactions are YA, in my opinion. But it doesn't. It's closed door. So I don't know. I would consider it like a new adult, but whatever. It's still an adult book. But I was hanging with it until the end. I'm not gonna lie. I was. They don't make this thing. Of course not. That would be too easy. I chose it for a scare-a-thon, so I'm not giving up. You got this. Let me know what part of it that you are struggling with. Okay. Did you know it was like a cliff, at the end before you picked it up, or did somebody tell you along the way? Because I didn't. No, actually, nobody even told me. I found out my own, and then I was peeved. I didn't like the way they ended it at all. It's a nice book, but I did not like the way they ended it. I think that was trash. But all the lead up and getting the characters together, I thought that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. I just was I don't have a whole lot of pages left for this resolution. What's going on? Work from home. This space is not vacation. Yes. So when you work from home, it does impede on that home, what do they call it, work-life balance or home office balance, whatever. Because my husband does work from home too. And I tell him, I was like, you got to get up from the couch. He tends not to listen, so I'm going to just let him stew. But, I think if you work in a different space than where you like spend your quality personal time, I think it's so much better. Like leave that room where the work is in the other area and go elsewhere. I think it can make a bit of a difference. You know what I'm saying? But you're still home, no commute time. Like, put some solace in the things you don't have to do. You don't always have to get fully dressed. You may have to get half dressed, depending on if you have a meeting. um, you lower that commute time so you can literally roll out of bed and be working in 10 minutes versus, oh, I got to get up an hour and a half. You don't have to spend gas money. You don't have to meet in person a bunch of a-holes that you don't like and play the game of smiling in their face. You don't have to make the coffee or smell the coffee for other people unless you want it yourself. There's little bitty things like that. Kiana says, I'm going to Steamy LitCon on Halloween. Ooh, and November 1st, and then taking a few days off work after that. Oh, see, there you go. That sounds like something fun. I've never been to like a book festival like that. I don't know how that would work for me, considering I don't buy books. And I think in the premise of that is you get to meet the authors, but you have to supposed to buy the books and have them sign them, right? I think it'd still be cool to walk around. Do they make you pay to go to these events? I'm thinking they do. I remember my husband used to go to these like horror conventions, and you pay a fee to get in, then you buy a poster, and then you stand in line and pay them for an autograph and a picture with the poster, something like that. But this ought to be a fun time. What are you going to bring? Like what type of books? Or do you know the authors already there? Amberly says, I don't like the writing. I'm not a big fan of first person perspective. Oh, okay. But then all of these characters sound the same to me. The sentence structure she's choosing are very repetitive. I can see that. Plus the really short chapters, it feels rushed, distant, and underdeveloped to me. Oh. So you are more in depth into it than I was. I was just thinking of plot. But lots of people really like it, so the author must be doing something right. I mean, some of us don't delve too much into it. You're some people that delve really hard into a book, like how it's written, who the author is, subplots, sentence structures, paragraph, all those things. The words on a page, how they're structured, how big they are, small they are. Some of us are more surface readers, so everybody has their different preferences. So if you don't like it, I understand. Hopefully you get through quicker than later if you're determined to finish it. Hopefully it's a smooth ride from here on. But I mean, you're already in there a way, so you might as well continue so you can at least be completely educated and not liking the books and all the points. I would say if you're early on, I would say quit it, especially knowing already that you're not going to get the resolution that you kind of want. But, you'll have the knowledge to poo-poo it. Yes, you got to pay. Yeah, that's always right. That's always. It's hard for me to turn my editor brain off. Yeah, I get it. It kind of spoils the book for you a little bit, but at the same time, you know what you're talking about. I'm hoping to finish it today, but we'll see. Okay. Get it done, get it out the way, leave September behind. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's why I'm like procrastinating on The Weight of Blood. I feel like maybe I'm waiting till October. But I also read 2 books. They're short stories. So, I read 2 stories last night. So it's like, I'm not in a hurry to crowd my brain with another book, but my goal is to get the hair done today. Okay, let's go for another sprint. Last sprint, y'all. We're going to make this bad boy count. And we got some puppies. We're going to even it. Where did it go? There we go. We're going to even this up. We had kitties earlier. What did we have? We had emojis. We had kitties. We had barnyard animals. And now we have some puppies. Okay. So we have blue, pink, red. Or is that, hold up? Yeah, let's say there's reddish brown and tan. or yellow, whichever one you want to call it. I'm gonna call him yellow dog. Yellow dog, brown dog, pink dog, and blue dog. I'm gonna go with, they're all cute. I have reasons for each and every one of them. I'm gonna go with blue dog right here. I'm gonna go with blue doggy all the way number one. Tell me, what are y'all gonna choose? Let me know. Let me know. Chantel likes the blue. Amber is number 4 with the yellow, and Faithful's also doing the blue. That works. Okay, we got some good support for blue doggy in the mix. Okay, hold up a second here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, and Amberly says that was me a few days ago waiting for October. Then Jessica said we could start Scareathon yesterday, and now my motivation is back. There we go. I took screenshots of the bingo boards. I was going to print it out, but I took screenshot of the bingo boards for Scareathon because I'm also participating in that. So I'm trying to decide if I want to do like the big board or, you have the 4 or 4, the 3. I guess it's what I don't know if she labels them low, medium, and hard. But anyway, you got the 3 other little mini boards. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I like to kind of mood read away and then kind of see what happens. And then there's also Spooktacular that's always there too. But keep in mind, y'all, for October, October is also science fiction fantasy month. It's also Black History Month in the UK, so that means we should all be celebrating. That's off the top of my head. For October, we got some good ones. But remember, BookTube Bible. Let's see. Christina says number 3. Okay, we got support for Brown Doggy, who looked red, and then hold up. Nope. Okay. Final answer, Christina. Okay, number 3. Number 3, Bueller. Bueller, we got that. We got that one. Okay, Christina's gonna go for Brown Doggy. So hold up. We got support for, do we have support for, no, I don't think anybody got takers for number 2. Gonna show Pink Doggy a little love, little love. Come on now, y'all. Amber says, I am attempting and will definitely fail to do all the boards. You never know. You may do it. You may. You never know. I got them all saved, so we'll see what fits into what, okay? Remember, they're blackout boards, okay? 3 looks like it is wearing a mask. It does. It does. See, 3 is kind of like a reddish brown, and then the mask is definitely a brown. It's just the shading around the color, but it looks so adorable, right? I don't know. I was trying to think if I wanted to do 3, but then I kind of like this blue-green color, so that's the reason why I went with number 1. And pink. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got support for number 2. Okay, can't leave them out for the final sprint. Okay, thank you very much, Kelly, for showing some support and adopting number 2, since the rest of us are haters. Okay. Okay, y'all, we're gonna get to this last sprint. I appreciate y'all all for being here. Make it count. Okay, see you in 45. I know I said 30 earlier, but we're gonna do 35, 45. Happy sprinting. And there we go, the little brown puppy. What did I know that was going to happen? I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Okay, hold up a sec, y'all. Trying to marinate my hair here. Put this towel on here. How did that last sprint go for everybody? By the way, let me know. I did a few things on that sprint. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Ooh, there we go. Just trying to marinate my head a little bit. Get a little deep condition on. Anyway, so yeah, I attended some sprint. I went to Dee Dee's sprint, checked her out for Mystic Readathon, checked out another video, and of course, washed my hair non-deep conditioning here. So that was the sprint for me. Let me know how it went for you for that sprint there. Hold up a second there. Sprint done. Let's see, where am I at in the chat here? Ooh, it was nice to wash my hair though. I definitely need it, but happy that's done. Deep condition, rinse again, and then the detangling process. That'll take a few hours. Anyway, where am I in the chat here? I think I'm right here. Okay, nope. I think we're further down. Number 3. I don't think I started my comments of where I was at. Okay, anyway, we were choosing pets. We had Kelly right here. I remember this one. So it chose number 2 in the pink. And of course, Brown Doggy won. Jess is starting her It's a Readathon or Read Along sprints there. So show some love and support. Ren got more of her position paper. Thanks for sprints. Awesome. I'm glad that you are rocking it and rolling, getting that education and getting the paper done, okay? There you go. 3 rocked it out the park with the little mask, right? My heart is racing on the last page of my book. Oh, I hope that's a good thing. I hope it's a good thing, okay? 44% to 9-month. Okay, I need to look this up. I got to figure this one out, okay? Let's see what 9-month contract is about. 9-month contract book. Who is the author of 9-month contract, okay? Is it Amy Dawes? Contemporary romance, part of a Mountain Men Matchmaker series. Is that what it is? A grumpy Mountain Man White needs a surrogate to have a child. Oh, my God. All right. That sounds cute. Okay. Why does he need a surrogate? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay. That sounds like the type of books I used to read back in the day that my mom turned me on to. I used to love those type of things. Arranged marriage stuff. Okay. Well, I hope that you were thoroughly enjoying that book. It sounds like it'd be a fun time. Okay. Good premise. I always thought it'd be cool to be a mail-order bride, you know? It's not like you chose, really bad. It was for an agreement. Well done, Ren. Woohoo! The mass dog. Yep, dog won. Dog knocked it out the park. Thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. I will definitely see you over at Dee Dee's, okay? Amberly got to 216, making some lunch. Okay. You're doing your thing. I don't think 5 broken blades. I don't know how many pages left, but you shouldn't have too many. You definitely should be able to finish that today, okay? Hopefully you have a good lunch, okay? Christina chatted and laid down to try to release a knot in my back and have a nap. Oh, hope it's a good one. That's always a fun time. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it as always. Make sure you do all the things. We definitely would like to, for sure. Oh, yeah, definitely. Hopefully it did, okay? It's always nice to lay down and get a little nap. It kind of eases the tension from a lot of the days, at least while you're there. The thing is, then you don't want to get up. But don't don't get up if you don't have to, Bring your books with you. Well, y'all, it's been a great time. Much appreciated. I'm gonna continue to marinate my head. I got a little foil cap underneath here. I think I'm gonna hit under the dryer and have the deep condition work a little bit quicker because I still need to rinse it out and do some stuff. It's gonna be a long rest of the day. Okay, so oh no, it didn't work too well. I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully you find something that works for you. You already know I'm gonna say drink some water, but I know that's not the end all for everything. Okay. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and schedule these sprints. I almost forgot. Okay, y'all have a great, blessed day and read some good books. Okay, y'all take care. Bye bye.